Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We've got 3 minutes before we start, but there's a gentleman that's looking for Mr. Masilo. Is there Mr. Masilo in the room? Mr. Masilo? Okay, so. Good afternoon again, Liko. I think we should start just in respect of everyone who got here in time. And I know most people would like to, leave before 8 o'clock today. So because we've got 4 hours as allocated, actually we have 4.5 hours. So we're supposed to finish at 7:30 tonight. I'm distracted by that. Yeah. So as we start, and Douglas, are you going to check if there are people? Or should we give them a little bit more? Do we want it to just start? They'll find us. Whilst, why, okay, thank you. Today we meet over something that's very, I mean, one of the most important work areas. We know that DG said it's soft areas. And I am sure everyone who's sitting in this room would beg to disagree. So infrastructure is not a soft area. Mental health and psychosocial support is not a soft area. Inclusion and inclusion related issues and are not soft areas. And we've got two ladies who are going to be presenting today. One will be presenting on violence, violence prevention, and the other one will be presenting on education and sustainability. And both of those are definitely not soft areas. But as a way of starting the session, we thought we would play a video for you. But I think we've got, I'm told that we've got connectivity issues. I don't know how many of you are on social media. In the past 2 weeks, there's been a video that's been trending. A teacher is trying to get into a classroom and learners are pushing the door so that the teacher does not get into the classroom. I don't know how many of you have seen that. And just as she pushes even harder, the learners let the door loose and the teacher falls inside the classroom. I think for me, that is one video that has been traumatizing me for at least 2 weeks, to think about what happens if I'm that teacher. What is my mental health? What is my wellness? How do I deal with that? How do I punish these kids without facing other consequences? Because at that moment you should be so angry that you do things that you shouldn't be doing. But I think we also have been dealing with a lot of issues around learners committing suicide. Just 3 weeks, sometime this year, there was a report about a learner who committed suicide as a result of allegedly being bullied by teachers. In Gauteng, there was a day where there were 2 reports of suicide in one province. It's happening in KZN, it's happening in all provinces. And so care and support for teaching and learning is no longer something that can wait. It is something that becomes urgent for each of the countries. As we all know, CSTL was adopted in 2008 by ministers of education. South Africa, AUSI, became one of the four runners, and I think that because we went into implementation with such speed, we should be showing results with as much speed. I like that big 5 that was presented earlier, and I think it's very appropriate for us as we think about how do we accelerate the implementation of care and support for teaching and learning. A lot has been achieved in South Africa. I think those of you who have been part of the commission last year or been part of the report back from the commission really saw how much has been done in South Africa. Late last year, we had the CSTL conference, again, so much sharing in that platform. And we have had the privilege of hearing what is happening with the CSTL investment portfolio, what work is being done with government, with civil society, with development agencies, with academic institutions that really drives the implementation. Let's give people a second to come in and settle in. Thank you. We said whoever is coming late will sing, so but don't sing now. So I was just at the point where we are talking about the main goal of care and support for teaching and learning, which is transforming schools into inclusive centers of learning, care, and support for every child, no matter the background, and sexual orientation, previous experiences, and so on and so on. Care and support for teaching and learning become that enables quality education to happen. So basically, we do have evidence that shows that unless the environments are caring and supporting learning, maximum learning and quality education will never be attained. So today we've got two presentations, as I've mentioned before. One is on the violence prevention, and the second one is on education and sustainability. We know that we could have included a lot of stuff around all of the pillars, but we thought that violence prevention is one of the most critical areas of work currently. Last year we were told again about how we look at violence in schools from the view of a child and putting the child in the center, but we have forgotten about what teachers experience, and we are hoping that the conversation today will cover that. We are also asked to respond to a number of questions when it comes to violence prevention. Again, I'll let the first presentation to go through, and then we will then come back to the questions. With me here, we've got the first presenter, which is Dr. Shai. Dr. Shai is a specialist scientist, and she deals with gender and health research at the South African Medical Research Council. Today she's going to be addressing the issue of what works. So in the context of violence in schools, of all forms of violence, what evidence has shown what works? And this is she's looking at interventions that are targeted at learners, at teachers, parents and caregivers for positive disciplining, school-related gender violence and bullying prevention. Dr. Shai is the specialist, as I mentioned, in the Gender and Health Research Unit of South African Medical Research Council, and a lecturer at University of Witwatersrand. She has 25 years experience working with GBV prevention interventions and the research gender relations, feminists and women's experiences in GBV in different cultural contexts. She has co-authored at least 52 peer-reviewed journal publications in the areas of behavioral change and behavioral prevention programs, which is what she's going to touch on today. And lastly, she's a driver of group member of the National Violence Prevention Forum, which is promoting evidence-based violence prevention in South Africa. We look forward to hearing from you, Dr. Shai. We are going to also later deal with the questions that come from the Commission, and then we will move on to the education for sustainability.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me, everyone? So technology and familiarity sometimes doesn't help. So I don't know if you can come. Can you hear me, all of you? All right. So my challenge now with my technology is that I have to look at the screen. I'm used to standing like this. The screen is there and the laptop is there, but now I can't have that. So I'm hoping I'm standing right so that you can hear me. Thank you so much, Dr. Ncube, for the introductions, and thank you, DBE colleagues, for inviting us to talk about what works yet again. So I just want to talk about what, kind of give an outline of what we're going to be addressing in the presentation. First of all, what we know in South Africa around violence against children, what the drivers are and the connections with intimate partner violence and gender-based violence, and what we can do in terms of prevention, leaning towards the school context and presenting the evidence-based programs. I'm going to try and present those with the life course perspective, and also come up at least with some recommendations around how to design interventions that would be effective, and some conclusions. So what we know about violence against children in South Africa, we've had many studies on violence against children, and most of them, well, most of the research started with maternal health types of research. So the Back to 30 study began some years ago, and the children are now 30 years and over. So they were part of the enrolled in the study when their moms were pregnant with them and after birth. And the study of about 33,000 children from the study. And so I think it's on a third generation right now in terms of how many children have come from the root mom, the first mother. So the study shows that 99% of the children were exposed to violence in different settings, and that about 40% had experienced what we call polyvictimization, which is experiencing multiple types of violence, which is not the same as experiencing the same violence over and over again. So multiple types, and so if you think about the context, then you have your home, community, schools as the places where they could have been exposed, and that some parts of about 10% of the sexual violence that was observed when these young people, when these adults now were children, incrementally grew up to 30% when they were adolescents or young adults. We have the Optima study, which is a big study that was done in South Africa. And I think it was the first nationally representative study that used multiple methods, but ultimately we learned a lot about the extent of sexual violence, physical violence, emotional violence, and that it is high amongst young people ages 15 to 17. And we also learned that about 16 to 21% of the adolescents were exposed to violence in their homes, and about 18 to 26% experienced physical abuse by their caregiver or parent. And we also have another study, and this one was done in Tshwane, in 34 schools, and DBE was kind enough to allow us to work in schools for that research. And that study showed us that there were high levels of over 1 in 4, over 1 in 5 children had experienced corporal punishment at homes, and boys were more likely to experience child abuse than girls. We know about online abuse, and I think it's been a topic that drives part of the agenda for this Lekgotla. And we have learned from an online study that has been published and supported by UNICEF, where we found that about 70% of children have used the internet without parental consent, and the kinds of challenges that children face, like connecting with people they do not know, have never met face to face, being sent pictures by those people, or seeing sexual images or even in other things, but also the fact that 41% have received information on online safety. On adolescent violence. So I've broken down adolescent violence because I just wanted to show some of the research around victimization and perpetration. So we know that from the SCOCO study, there was about 39% of girls who had experienced intimate partner violence, which was physical or sexual, and boys, 39.5% reporting having perpetrated that violence against their girlfriends. In another study by Russell, we also see high levels of physical intimate partner violence experienced by girls, and 20% boys reporting that they had perpetrated. We also see in another study by Kuo, which was looking at, which demonstrated that about 1 in 4 adolescents have used coercion, incapacitation, force, or threats of force to perpetrate different forms of sexual violence against another a person that they were dating. And we have also seen an older study, dated study, where we learned again that a young man had been sexually abused by women that they trusted when they were younger. So we know enough about the exposure of adolescents to to violence. So we know again that we have different drivers of violence against children, and some of those drivers include the normalization of violence in our in our society, with the social norms that people encourage, and especially gender inequitable norms. There's, for instance, sometimes we find that even some of the legal or legislation or policies actually have loopholes that allow for normalization of violence, or at least in some way being complicit in the violence, especially, for instance, in terms of enforcement being lacking around preventing secondary victimization when people come to report. At the community level, issues around poverty, high population density, unsafe environments, and high levels, for example, of drug trade also increase the risk for children to be exposed. Some characteristics of the setting around the schools, unsafe environments, high crime areas, and there's an overlap with the community factors that drive violence against children, because schools are within a broader community, and so they become the microcosm of what's going on in the communities where children live, as well as a microcosm of this experiences in families. But some of the drivers that we know is about, for instance, lacking an emotional bond between the mother and the child, poor parenting practices, family dysfunction, witnessing your mother being or stepmother being abused, and some individual factors which include like age, sex, food insecurity, disability, but then there's also like your brain and cognitive development and psychological disorders, substance abuse as being an aggression, as being kind of the things that then a person presents, and when they have experienced some of these along with other risk factors, they show up in terms of how they got, how likely they are to report that they have been abused. And this a set of risk factors actually comes from is a summary from the Inspire framework, which I think many of you may know about. I want to link violence against children to violence against, in intimate relationships, violence against women in particular, and even men's perpetration of violence, because they are either women or men, they're either parents of the children that we are talking about who are exposed to violence, or they were themselves exposed to violence when they were children, and so they've grown up and become more exposed. But what we're seeing, again, in terms of the drivers is the structural factors around normalization, food insecurity, poverty, the gender inequalities that also play together and kind of increase the risk for someone to experience violence by an intimate partner or to perpetrate it. And we see other individual factors like poor communication, relationship conflict resolution skills, poor mental health, substance abuse, and childhood neglect and abuse, especially witnessing your mother being abused as being one of those factors that come across and increase the likelihood of exposure to intimate partner violence. But of course, there's disability and the kind of context. So a lot of politicians and a lot of analysts in our history tells us that South Africa is kind of a post-conflict, we're in the 30 years post a conflict situation. So that would matter. But I didn't want to not talk broadly about gender-based violence so that we have an understanding that a patriarchal society where men are put in a position where they are superior, regarded as superior over women, must have control over women, must be entitled to women's bodies, must be entitled to claiming social positions. That environment where there's control as well, where women are also expected to submit to men in response to that social position where men have been put. Children learn that, so they learn. They become exposed to the violence that comes with it when women or men feel the need to exert their power, or when women do not comply with the expectation to respond in an affirmative way to the male power and privilege that is out there in our society. And the more children become exposed to violence, the more normal it becomes, and the more they learn unhealthy ways to communicate and even to resolve conflict. So I wanted you to understand that the way we have kind of conceptualized our work, especially at the Gender and Health Research Unit, is around understanding the gender and power theories that inform the kind of violence that we see. We have other institutions in South Africa that work from a different perspective. But we acknowledge gender and power as a theory that kind of explains for us what violence we're seeing, especially violence against women and violence against children. And there'll be times when I talk about violence against women and girls, and it's not to the exclusion of boys, because I know that the question is going to be, what about boys? They are part of the work that we do, and you will see. So the other issue becomes, we all know about early childhood exposure to abuse and neglect, but here I just want to highlight how it has lasting impact on the brain activity and cognitive development, and how also childhood trauma informs the kind of mental health risks, as well as ill health exposure that children may have, which may also has interaction with drug and alcohol abuse, as well as social marginalization, maybe also because of poverty, that also informs the exposure to gender-based violence for many groups, including those people who are people who may be poor, sex workers, people who may not have a place to stay, and so on. And of course, drug and alcohol. Here we see how, for instance, in situations of conflict, the violence becomes even more either escalates or becomes kind of amplified because of that exposure to substances. Now, what can we do with prevention? So we have been thinking and working around these kind of tasks that we could do to prevent violence. So it's about empowerment and changing the patriarchal norms, preventing the use of violence across all levels of society, structural inequalities being reduced across all levels of society, strengthening relationships, strengthening mental health and reducing substance abuse, changing our parenting styles, and in order to strengthen child protection and supporting and protecting women and girls, and that also broadly now children. We have legislation in South Africa, but I thought let me just put the Inspire framework, something for you to think about. You know about that framework. WHO it was published in 2016, but it captures all of the different elements that we need in our programming when we're thinking about what we can do to prevent violence, and especially violence that impacts the populations that we're working with. So if you're thinking about children, then Inspire would apply, but there's another one, Respect, which applies for adults. So we kind of have an age-appropriate set of policies, or at least practical implementation plans or strategies that we can use when we're thinking about violence prevention. So respect for your teachers, educators, and other staff in schools, but for children, the Inspire framework, and there's actually work happening now where there's still some global activity, including South Africa. Actually, the secretary for Inspire is in South Africa at the moment. It's from South Africa amongst the research institutions, and they're working very hard. But we have seen, for instance, some of the issues that would either talk to prevention or safeguarding of rights of children in our constitution, in our legislation, and as well as in our policies. And the Department of Basic Education also has those, but there's other documents that also kind of amplify or specify what needs to be done. So you can see some of that in the program of action with DSD, or even in the comprehensive and national prevention strategy that's appended to the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence and Femicide. Okay. Now I'm going to talk to the prevention work across the life course and what works And here is just to show you that there are programs, but I want you, when you're thinking about these programs, even if it doesn't fit in from how I'm presenting it, think about the populations that you are dealing with. So here with maternal interventions, we have teenage pregnancies in our schools, and the kind of evidence we see with maternity-related interventions is that the findings are inconclusive in terms of what we know about whether they work or not. But what is important is for us to work on strengthening the elements that would make this effective to implement with pregnant teenagers. There's early childhood interventions, like Tulasana, which is a home visiting intervention for pregnant moms or mothers of infants 0 to 23 years. This intervention has also shown that it is effective in reducing the depressive mood of mothers, but the effects on children are not very clear, and I'll explain why. Pilani Plus is also another intervention that also seems to have been effective, but when it comes to children, it's very difficult to get there. And the reason, perhaps, is that, yes, to support the mother helps to build the attachment, which explains some of the kind of antisocial behavior that we see in literature. If you're thinking more exaggerated, it's your kind of serial killers, but we have people who are serial offenders in our society displaying antisocial behavior. The lack of attachment has been seen with those men who have murdered in South Africa, murdered women in their intimate relationships in South Africa, and even those they are not in intimate relationships with. Some of them have displayed this kind of work. Shanaz Matthews, our colleague, has also, has demonstrated with her interviews with men who have killed women. And you can see that this issue about attachment with the mother becomes an issue, and it shows up later in adulthood in increasing the risk of men perpetrating violence. So when it comes to school-based programs, I wanted to present this because of the What Works. So What Works to prevent violence against women and girls is a global initiative that we worked on between 2015, 2019, 2020 in my unit. So in this program, we had about 15 interventions. We did 15 studies, which included evaluating some of the programs and the peer violence prevention programs. 2 of them we assessed for impact. And I just wanted to talk about them, present them, because I don't see an example that is similar that we have in South Africa. So these 2 is peace education from Afghanistan and right to play. And the important thing here is that we use participatory programs with pre and early teenagers. So grade 6 and grade 8. So 11 to 14, maybe 15, 16, and the interventions used games and sport and play, but the peace education one, I'll talk about it later, next. But the pedagogy of the intervention was much more engaging at the level of the child, as well as engaging where we had stakeholders who were not children. And I'll explain a bit in a few minutes. And these interventions, when they were implemented consistently, so there was activity on a regular basis, which would be every week for maybe 35, 40 minutes, but it was something that was done daily, almost daily, in order to ensure that children capture and they learn and maintain and are able to have some form of, assimilation of whatever they are learning and the ideals that they are learning. And these interventions showed strong evidence of effect. And it's something that I think we should think about adapting for South Africa. So peace education, this intervention seemed to work across all forms of kind of outcomes that we're looking at, reduced perpetration and experiencing peer violence for both boys and girls, corporal punishment by teachers, at home, witnessing family violence, norms change, and depression. And this was implemented in 3 levels. So it was the children in the school, their educators, and community leaders. And there was a radio program attached to it as well. but it means running something consistently. And not having, like, thinking you will do a couple of days, a couple of weeks, and then leave and think it's gonna work. So the way they had designed it worked like that. Right to Play also showed similar outcomes. And I wanted to just mention that amongst the programs, one that was part of this intervention, the set of interventions in the What Works program, global program, was a program on self-defense being used to prevent sexual assault. And that intervention, the impact, the findings on the impact were inconclusive, and there are concerns about it being potentially harmful. And that intervention, a lot of people are talking about, but what they've not done is to analyze the outcomes, because it has not reduced the violence. Yes, it engages children, they become, active, and we're talking a lot about, the awareness, but it doesn't translate into reduction in either risk for sexual violence or perpetration of sexual violence. And so it's something that we need to just note. The Right to Play intervention, just wanted to demonstrate to you. So I had said with our SCOCO work, we had worked in 34 schools. So these randomized control trials, you will work with a set, and then you have a control and an intervention group, so you have comparisons. And here we had, in the Right to Play, they had 40 schools, but almost 2,000 children, and they could demonstrate these changes, these reductions, and they're so consistent. So these tables look very nice in terms of like how kind of like almost clearly, almost linear, how the reduction looked like at the 2-year point. Adolescent interventions. So we have had in South Africa PREPARE, which is a combined intervention that's also looking at reducing risk for HIV risk taking. And here it was found to reduce adolescents' risk of being victimized, the girls being victimized in their intimate relationships. We had SCOCO. SCOCO had the LO, an adapted LO curriculum that infused gender and gender-based violence prevention kind of, and notes and activity and kind of awareness, ideological stuff injected into it. We also had the educators 2-day positive discipline training, and we had a parenting intervention. So where we had the child and I'll talk about it next, so they had a child and their caregiver. So these interventions seemed to reduce bullying and childhood trauma, improve gender attitudes and communication skills with boys. It did the same in terms of reducing bullying, but also depression and IPV victimization and a whole suite of other sexual and reproductive health risks for girls. And we saw that with educators, it reduced their reported use of corporal punishment, as well as their perception about the environment that they were working in. And here, some of these interventions seem to have elements that are effective, but there's some elements where we think we need to do a lot more in order to be clear about what the trend of the study impacts. Okay, so with parenting interventions, the SCOCO intervention, there seemed to be improvement in the communication and the knowledge of the child, parenting stress, and negative parenting also reduced significantly. And there was another intervention, Sinovuyo Teens, which is a 14-session intervention that seemed to reduce abuse and corporal punishment reported by the caregiver and improved positive parenting, involved parenting, but there were areas where it wasn't so consistent. And also it wasn't consistent when we asked children, now, is this happening with your, in your home? Are you experiencing? So they seemed to be saying the opposite of what the parents said. And there is some effect in some areas, because we do want for improved parenting, right? But there may be certain areas that I think we need to strengthen the interventions to be more effective. Adult interventions, I just wanted to highlight one. The self-defense and gender training intervention is now being used in your sister department, higher education. So there's research taking place there where we're consistently seeing from my colleagues work that shows that the intervention is more effective when they run a longer gender training and they infuse the self-defense in a way and in a way that is more effective, and that's the opposite of what we're seeing with children. But of course, we haven't worked with the children intervention directly. Other people who were part of this bigger program perhaps will tell us what were the differences perhaps, but we are seeing that this work seems to work when people are older compared to when they're younger. Okay, now I just want to go to the kinds of things. So in terms of just thinking about way forward and recommendations, what do you need in order for you to make sure your interventions are effective? You need 10 key things. There's more, it's about 18, but these are the 10 core ones. If you have a good theory, a strong theory of change, if you address multiple drivers and you are clear about addressing, the patriarchy in the context and including not just one set, but like a group of people like women and men or families, your theory being based on social and gender empowerment, group-based participatory programming, age-appropriate design, and manualizing the work so that people implement it consistently all the time, and ensuring that you integrate support for survivors of violence. So those are the key in terms of how you design it. Then when it comes to implementation, we need to have the intervention not being too short, because then you want for people to keep learning, and with each session you keep regurgitating or exercising reflexivity around the learning and some of the ideas that are coming up. And you need to have staff that are gender equitable and that are supported intensely, so that they are more equipped to deal with the other issues outside of the content that they are dealing with. Just wanted to show you something exciting, is that school-based, when we did a review of interventions to prevent violence, we found that, in particular, school-based interventions to prevent sexual violence, in dating relationships especially, and school-based interventions for peer violence prevention, they were more effective. What is concerning is where we see self-defense interventions with children. There's conflicting results there, and that's where we should worry. But what we know and are excited about is that we have a good enough repertoire of interventions for us to learn from, adapt, and take to scale. So there's stuff that we can use. To conclude, we know that violence against children has a deep and enduring impact on their development and well-being and further exposure in adulthood. We know it is preventable within programmatic timeframes, so this was research. We need to take it to the ground and test it again to see how it works when you present it, when I deliver it, another institution delivers it. We have good homegrown interventions. A lot of the interventions I showed you are from South Africa. So we have the knowledge here at home. We do need to strengthen our interventions that involve positive discipline, and even those that involve enhancing kind of the work that children do when they are doing their own homework around LO activity in their curricula. We need to make sure that we have robustly designed interventions in order to be successful and implement those, but we also need to have a longitudinal view to violence prevention. We're not going to fix it now. And so when we're thinking and planning for in the next, if in this Lekgotla we plan, then we must know that we may see effect like 5 years down the line. Let's not be discouraged by that. Let's know that it's something that is taking us forward, not see it as a limitation. I know our APPs don't speak to that, but you work with the APPs, design the APPs to fit the kind of work that you are going to deliver, yes. Almost lastly, we need multi-sectoral collaboration in order for us to be effective throughout the value chain of us taking interventions, designing them, seeing how they work, taking them to the communities and seeing and ensuring that there's sustainability. We do need to understand as well that right now it's the right time. We're talking about gender-based violence. I know there's a debate about there not being a clear, mention of violence against children in the NSP on GBVF, but it's there. Parenting programs are there. We were there, Manaka. We were there. Certain things disappear when there's 2 million people involved, but it is there and is translated in the comprehensive national prevention strategy. It is spelled out. So it doesn't mean if anyone says to you, "We're not included," it's not true. They're there. They must find the word and capitalize on it, like I always do. So I wanted to say that, and just we need to seize the moment. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I'm sure I went over time. So
Thank you, Doc. No, you went much more over time, but I thought that issues around violence are quite important. I think we cannot limit the time when we are sharing evidence, particularly in the context where we are living in a South Africa that has such a serious violent culture, which you've just mentioned. I think I'm going to just take questions from the room and comments. And we also have a few questions that we need to address. But I think as a way of starting, perhaps as colleagues contribute, we could look at, given what we have heard about what works, and the impact of what has been spelled out as what works, and the call for doing more of what works. What are your thoughts around what Dr. Shah has said, and how do you work around in the context of South Africa to deal with the whole idea of eradicating or reforming or changing the paradigm around violence in South Africa, particularly starting from ECD? Okay, there's a question here.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Doc, for such a comprehensive study that you have put. My name is Dewo Tebehai. I am from the Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, responsible there for what we refer to as Active Nation, but it has it serves school sport in particular, and what we refer to as the National Youth Camp. And these are the 2 fundamental programs that we implement in partnership with the Department of Basic Education, precisely to address 2 fundamental factors. One, creating opportunities of play from a perspective of extracurricular, and providing opportunities for sport development and competitive sport. And then the other one is more towards building leadership and creating social cohesion program, because it's not only based on sport, but it's about getting learners from various socioeconomic backgrounds into a camp and provide them leadership programs in a whole week program. Now, I was captivated by the information that you have provided here regarding the causes of violence and the root cause of them, and remembering also the tragedy that took place in the Eastern Cape, where young people died in a tavern, and that really stimulating within the Eastern Cape provincial government about the opportunities created for young people to be out of such spaces, and the lack of those opportunities within that community. And here we're sitting and saying, what interventions do we seek in order to minimize bullying and violent behaviors amongst learners in school? And you used an example of Pakistan, where a play is used as part of the intervention, and you've seen the reduction of violence into that. And coming to the context of South Africa, where within the curriculum space, we use life orientation also to promote values of good behavior and to deal with some of these factors, as you've mentioned. But I think there seems to be a diminishing factor of play within the context of the curriculum, in the form of a diminishing role of physical education, and not in a form of sport, but as a pedagogical subject that promotes participation, use of energy, and active involvement in physical activities to build and develop certain values. So in the context of the interventions that you are proposing here, I also seem to be feeling that you seem to be reliant more on, as you've put it, to raise awareness around, within life orientation, raising awareness around the GBV, which also is not addressing the intervention that Pakistan seems to be promoting, to say, give more time of play to learners so that the energy that they seem to be exhibiting in a form of violence can be redirected through a form of play. I'm not saying that those interventions are not wrong, but I'm saying, in what way can we rework or find a way in which we can use play, use sport, not sport competitively, I think that's another element, but sport as a means to develop these values, to cultivate caring behavior. Is there any way that we can really find a way within the curriculum space? And in addition to that, the extracurricular of sport as a competitive talent development and creating other social development, psychosocial behaviors. Thank you. Is there any way that we can really use that to promote that and see how we can increase time allocated to it to provide such? Thanks. Sorry.
Because this question around sports for development and co-curricular and curricula is a long one, let's get Doc to address that question or the comment, and then we'll take the rest of the questions.
I'm sorry, I've got a short answer. I agree with you. The thing is, we all come from different disciplines. What's important is that multi-sectoral collaboration for us to all bring in our skills. So I would suggest for an environment where we each working and we feel that, we have the capacity to inform and support play-based types of programming. Let's look for people who use art and play therapy. We have psychologists that do that. Some work closely with our school settings, or they are, an ally of sorts that we can learn from. These programs are publicly available, and when one wants, it's easy to access them, and it's easy to have an exchange, and we look for funding. We have funders in the room. I saw my friends from development partners here. So we have ways, that we can. And I think that the department that LICO is working in that section can really help to connect people with the right kinds of partners, either to think or to even try and seek, to think, to design, and to, maybe fund an exercise. So, yeah. A great point. Thank you for raising it.
So I think linked to that point, may I suggest that anyone else who have interventions that they would like to share with Branch S that deal mainly with violence and violence prevention and that they think works, those could be shared maybe through LICO or through DISETO. Because I think the more we understand the different perspectives and angles around violence prevention, the better.
And as Doc was saying, this was just one angle around looking at some of the interventions that they've done. But I'll take your hand, Prof, your hands too.
I already have the mic.
Hey, hey, I'll start with Gugu, and then you'll be second, then you'll be third.
I raised my hand immediately after him. It's like I'm back home, let me just say. My name is Gugu Ndebele. I used to be in this space for a very long time, and so it's good to be home. And in fact, I was one of the originators of the CSTL model. I've even got a book to show for it. And I want to start by saying that, just to add to what the doctor has just responded to, that the notion of CSTL is exactly that. It's about how you bring all of the services across in the service of the child. So if you are in sport, how do you bring all of those so that the child grows better? But that's not what I wanted to talk about. So there is nothing in the CSTL space that stops us from bringing initiatives that build the child. I left the department, so I'm just speaking as a champion. We as a school, I work for the Oprah Winfrey Leadership Academy for Girls, and we recruit girls who we say their families are furthest from opportunity. We've stopped saying poverty because then it becomes a label. And so we say they are furthest from opportunity. And a lot of the things that they present with are the things that Doc presented on. You know, poverty brings abuse, violence, neglect, and all of those things. So I'm a proud implementer of CSTL. One day I hope to do a case study so that I can show how it can be implemented and that it's not about resources. It is about creativity. But as we implemented and we continue to implement, one of the things that we're finding, which I wish to land as a conversation point for now and maybe for the department to think about further, is the impact of trauma. Both as a driver, but also as a consequence. We all have generational trauma in South Africa. We have not dealt with it. We do things that makes us feel like we've dealt with trauma. And then we probably had the worst epidemic in the world. We had COVID. And that on its own added to the trauma. And so all of us in ways, one way or another, we visit our trauma on each other. So sometimes we think it's violence, whereas it's me being unable to deal with what I am dealing with. And so what we have started to do as a school is to look at, we've been trained in how to do in trauma-informed work. To work with our kids, ourselves, on how to recognize the triggers of trauma and be able to deal with them. And so for me, it complements the picture that you brought on the table. And I think it's one of the things that cuts across, that if we're intentional about acknowledging it as a thing, we will keep looking at the pieces instead of working in the DNA. What is it that we do to make our teachers aware that sometimes the child is not ill-disciplined. Sometimes the child is bringing something that is brought. You know, sometimes the teacher, when they shout at the child, it's because the teacher has got some things that have triggered them. And so what tools do we then give to the teachers, to the managers, to the girls, because I work with girls, on how when they recognize this, they do something about it. It has worked so far. We've started an M&E process about it, but I'm just saying that I would like to put on the table that we're intentional about dealing with trauma, and that we're willing to work with whoever would like to work with us, but just to see how that can work and how it can be implemented within the programs, which I think do work. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Saloshni Patha. I am from the University of the Western Cape. My area of expertise is in inclusive education and inclusion. And there's one of the interventions, and I'm not sure whether I missed it, one of the interventions I think is really important is teacher training. Challenging teachers' stereotypical views of children. I'll tell you a story. I had finished working at, well, I left a school that I was teaching at, a school for the deaf, after spending 5 years there. And I was at a New Year's Eve party in Cape Town. If any one of you have been to the New Year's Eve party in Cape Town, it's brilliant. Anyway, I was enjoying myself and I got a phone call. It was a teacher from the school telling me that one of the brightest girls in my class, I had taken them over the 5 years, she'd just turned 18, beautiful girl, highly intelligent, shot herself in the head. I was devastated. I rushed back to Durban and I went to her house. I missed the funeral. And her mother gave me a huge hug and she said, "Why did you leave?" And I felt so guilty. And she showed me this picture that this girl had drawn of clouds and angels. And she asked her mum, "Is there a place like this?" And her mother didn't think. She said yes. And what this says is that this child was depressed. I learned from the mother, when I knew her, her ambition was to become a teacher. But the school never believed that she could be there, a teacher. All of the children ended up going and working as hairdressers and working in business, packing shelves and all of that. So the point I'm trying to make is the low expectations of teachers and their stereotypical views, in this case about disability. This child was hearing impaired. There was nothing wrong with her intellectually. So we need to challenge teachers' understanding. In fact, this story led me to get a job at UKZN, at the university, because I thought I was on an activist path. I wanted to change teachers' thinking and understanding. And so this doesn't just pertain to children with disabilities. It could pertain to children of different gender, of different races, children who are migrant. I've done some research on that. And so it could be, this whole notion of teacher perception, teacher understanding. So yeah, that's one of the interventions I'd like to add to the list, teacher training. Okay.
Thank you. Here's the next hand.
Thank you, Dr. Shai, for the presentation. I think it has covered most of the things that we go through when we visit schools. Within the EQ program, we've got 12 schools in each province, and we are responsible for creating what we call special classroom, which is it's an acronym that is based on the characteristics of play from Lego. And as we are interacting with this, with teachers in the deep research schools, some of the things that are raising is that caring and support needs to go both ways. The example that was given is that a teacher will be violated by a learner and nothing happens to the learner until we call the parents and we don't suspend this learner because of learning. We don't want them to lose learning time. But with a teacher, it's non-negotiable. We suspend you with immediate effect. So they were saying, I'm physically built that I could have dealt with this child, but knowing the consequences, I did not. But I go through trauma of seeing this child who's smiling at me because of the violence that they perpetrated against us. The next point was that in line with what is happening in the community, these things happen in a school. If there's gangs in the community, there will be gangs in the school. If there is drug abuse or any other form of violence in the community, comes into the school. So what the teachers are suggesting is that we need to be proactive in terms of this particular community has a problem of drugs. How do we equip them? Or some of the programs that you have alluded to, we as DBE, they were saying that we react when there's a problem. When a learner shot the principal, then we react. But we could have been proactive by saying, these are the tools that you could implement in dealing with this. Stakeholder engagement need to be taken to a school level because we know that when service delivery happens, schools will be disrupted. How do we make sure that one of the SMT members is able to go into this organization to do a stakeholder engagement to say, when you do mob justice, when you do this, make sure that children are protected from these particular things. Dr. Ngasana spoke about the acceleration of access of online. How do we proactively make sure that when this access of online is rolled out, we already roll out at a faster pace in terms of the prevention for cyberbullying? Because we need not to wait and say, let it be rolled out and we'll deal with it because we have tools. Let's be proactive and say, once you have access, these are the things that happen, and let's equip you. The last 2 points is that one of the teachers said that the resources are skewed between primary and high school, in a sense that last year, December, she phoned us and said, I've just prevented a learner who was committing suicide in the bathrooms, and I need help. And the support came 5 days later. And then she said that it's because I'm in a primary school. All the resources at the high school, and this is when from a comms team, we were saying about the psychosocial support during exam time that we offer. And similar in the same Hammanskraal area, a school had a problem, but within the following day, it's a high school, it got the support. So that skew of resources, let's make sure that it goes both ways, primary and high school. And the last point is around the role of media, because we deal with children that are very impressionable in terms of influencers and celebrities and all that. The content that they're exposed to on media is very important. I grew up in an era where I saw Izo 1. It had an impact in a school that I was at. I see it on Netflix now. I wonder what type of impact that it has. There are programs such as Soul City, which from an AIDS point of view had a huge impact. So from a violence point of view, how do we make sure that media comes to party? Sometimes it's the video that she was referring to. You'll get a DJ on a radio making fun of it. It's not a fun matter. How do we address it? And also as communicators, how do we make sure that when we see something that is negative, how do we make sure that it gets, the consequences gets reported, and also it gets spread like wildfire, like the bad ones. Thank you.
Please clap. It started there. They were shy, they were not sure. Thank you so much. And I am sure. Some of them are comments. No, it's most of them are comments, but I think the last one is really, it's really definitely for all of us. The multi-sectoral work that needs to be done. I think the more creative thinking that needs to be done. And I just want to say we are sort of there in the creative thinking now. At the risk of self-promotion, we're doing research. We've gone back from our SCOCO work to go back and ask more questions about how we understand adolescents in relation to violence. And the gaps we have are around understanding adolescents' participation in violence, which is a new kind of aspect of work. So that's what we're working on now. So our formative work last year, around September, focus groups with educators, teachers are afraid of the children that they teach. And I think that is one area that at least I promise for my part as a kind of a researcher, book, whatever, bookwormish researcher, is that I'll do that part of trying to dig deeper and understand what is going on and what can we do and how creatively can we expand our knowledge and understanding. But it's a scary area, and I've not seen interventions that speak to that. And unfortunately, with research, it will take about 2 years, to get us into an intervention. But I do think with the kind of collaborations and the kind of different stakeholders, coming together, there's something that can be done in the different environments where we're at. It's Patricia, we are part of the Violence Prevention Forum. Relationship building is the one key lesson and really the one key fruit that we have got from just sitting together, doing different things as different actors in the violence prevention space. It's government, sometimes the private sector, researchers, but and we know community-based organization, we know we're different. We all come from different environments, different ways of thinking, and we clash sometimes in terms of ideas, but the bottom line is we still maintain the need to promote the kind of work that has impact. And we have that forum has lasted for about almost 10 years now, right? And it means keeping at it. This thing of wanting to avoid meetings, that one is difficult to avoid, because you meet people where you can like, yo guys, my work is too much, or I'm not being impactful, etc. So we need to build the relationships. And there are creative ways of doing that, but sometimes it's just about us meeting here and making sure that, I learned something, can we just talk? Can we share resources? And not being afraid to ask for money. So I ask for money everywhere I go. I love money for work, ne? So let's ask for money, ne? Spa, the places where we shop, richer people in our church, they must tithe also in violence prevention. It's the work of God. It is. Peace, Kalok, we're building peace. So we preach that, so everywhere. So whatever we can do to try, and get people involved, even if we're not sure exactly how. But what we know is that we're trying to build this pool of people that we can go to, and then we inject, from the different sectors, different types of learnings that we can now all share and come up with strategies. I really don't have a specific solution, except let's make friends amongst ourselves and let's keep doing where we are. They say shine where you are at. So let's shine where we're at and do it to the best of our ability. Thank you.
There's like 11 more hands. Let's just try to see who do we take. Sorry, I'm standing up because I see there are hands that I'm not seeing. She was first. And then we'll take 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Okay, while they're still struggling, who's 1 and who's 2, can I just go ahead? Good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you very much, Doc, for that input. My name is Marcopolo, and I'm with Matthew Goniwe School of Leadership and Governance. We also deal with teacher development. I think part of what I think is important is how do we make sure that the work that is done, especially around bullying and around violence prevention, lends itself in the curriculum design space so that it is infused in all the work that we've done, that we want to do. Because the minute we want to separate it from the context of the school, then it means we always have to find time within the curriculum space for us to be able to deal with this. Let me tell you what we've done in Metikoniwe, for an example, because we're in the curriculum design space. With all the challenges that we have when we deal with teachers in the teacher training process, because teachers come to training, carrying trauma, as Ms. Ndebele indicated, and it becomes difficult to deal with a content subject or whatever that we are training them on without talking about positive discipline and talking about classroom management. Because if you want them to teach mathematics, for an example, and teach it correctly and understand the concept and make sure that the children understand, you have to deal with the context at which they're going to be delivering that. So in the curriculum design for teacher training, we start with those elements and those issues. And that is why LICO will be meeting with you so that we can actually see how we structure all our training programs for teachers. Whether we're talking about leadership, when you talk about principals, because everybody in the strata of education is actually dealing with those problems. So when we teach, when we mediate with principals, we mediate with school governing bodies, those are issues that are becoming a core of what we are doing in terms of teacher training. Because if we can sort it out in those areas, then we know we are already talking about this as part of what is supposed to, and we are changing the face of the school and what happens at the school, because we may blame teachers and say, you know, they are also in a very difficult situation because they are dealing with a lot. You know, when you have to teach a child that comes from a traumatic experience, that is experiencing violence, you are also experiencing violence. It doesn't matter who says what. You're not going to be able to teach mathematics. And the results are going to be seen in the summative results at the end of the year. And then we are putting a lot of pressure on each and every one. So bottom line is that we need to find a space, and we not even find a space, we need to make a space for this kind of content to find itself in the curriculum, find itself in all the work that we do so that we move forward. We are dealing now, designing a program, a parental program, that is going to address all those things, coming from leadership, going to governance, going to teacher, so that everybody speaks the same language to say, you know, how do we deal with violence that we are experiencing in our society? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm Jacques van Zuidam. I'm with the National Population Unit, which is located in the Department of Social Development. I think just to add to what the previous speaker said before I get to what I actually wanted to say. So this would also be a question to the presenter. The extent to which teachers who provide support to children who are, you know, abused or come out of circumstances, you know, et cetera, the extent to which those teachers themselves need counseling and support, etc. Because just, you know, in my private life, I've come across so many instances where the teacher ends up, you know, spending hours on the bench of a psychologist at their own expense, just to cope with what's been exposed to at school. But then to just come to my own input, Madam Chair, I think yesterday in the CSTL session, we really heard a number of really fascinating case studies and individual projects, etc., as well as research reports. And again this afternoon as well. Thanks, Prof. That was really a very interesting presentation. There was also the advocacy that the Eastern Cape HOD did for the Nzululwazi model, which is also a fascinating CSTL intervention. So where my question goes, and maybe it's not a question to the presenter, but probably to Liko, but it's also a recommendation, is that for CSTL to really, you know, become part of the justice that the child that grows up in South Africa experiences, it obviously has to be institutionalized well and properly throughout the basic education system. Now, and all the private and NGO and so on examples enrich, you know, our understanding of what CSTL in practice would look like. But we should certainly, and so I'm not going to pose it as a question, but more than as a suggestion, is that we really need to develop mechanisms based on the methodologies that we learn from all the various researchers on how to properly monitor the extent to which we are institutionalizing CSTL and the extent to which it actually does work in schools. The very interesting remark that I heard was from the prof was that, no, from another presenter speaker, was that it's not necessarily linked to the socioeconomic status of the area in which the school is located. The interventions that are driven by the teaching personnel themselves play a big role. So if we do not have that, I would advocate that one does develop a mechanism to start sort of monitoring, are we institutionalizing it properly, et cetera, so that we can start, in a reasonable period of time to be able to give much more sort of national pictures, whereas at the moment we just have individual case studies that we are looking at. And that might also obviously then guide where does one direct resources, where do you see CSTL is not well institutionalized, and direct resources to address that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc, again for that presentation. I'm not going to be long. I don't speak for long. It has to do with my height, I suppose. So I have just a comment and a question that I would like to just pose. I'm Duduzi Kwabe from the Catholic Institute of Education. We've been involved in a lot of rolling out since 2013 restorative justice in schools. So it's been quite a journey. And one thing that we're learning is that change like that doesn't come overnight. It needs consistent animation, consistent conversations, and redesign. Our experience also, to just reiterate, the influence of teachers cannot be underestimated, and teacher attitudes are very, very important. We found that when we were doing, as we were doing this in the schools, we were doing also what we call climate surveys to survey what the climate is in the school. So we would do a survey of teachers, how teachers are treating each other, how they find it that the environment is treating them, how they're treating the children perhaps, and then also we would survey the children at the same time. We found that where teachers were very unkind to one another, the children were also unkind to each other. It was, and where you could see where this, as we were doing the work, and it was changing. The attitudes of teachers were changing. The attitudes of the children were also changing. Without much teaching, but we teach without saying a lot, with the environment and with the way we act with one another. It was it's been quite interesting to see. We also found, of course, that during COVID, the COVID time, during what do you call it, social distancing and all that, and when children were not coming all the time to school, and children had more space around them, there was less violence in the schools. So a lot to learn for what infrastructure we need for our classrooms. That's what we found. I wanted to just ask a question. I heard you talking about, and I heard some people talking about positive discipline. I would be interested in a nutshell to know what exactly would that entail in brief. What is positive discipline? Thank you.
Yeah, so my name is Ozindlovu, and I'm from MIT, and I work in the youth development space. So I really liked your presentation, Dr. Shai, and what caught my attention specifically was those 10 elements of design and implementation of our interventions, because working in this space where we work with departments and ministries in different areas, I've discovered that sometimes our interventions or our efforts are not very honest. So we do things because we have to do them. Someone in a meeting that I was at last week said, if there was a button somewhere where if we can put it on, then it's going to eradicate all the problems that we have in the communities or in the communities that we work with. Are we going to put on that button? So a lot of people looked at each other in the room, and clearly the answer was no, because they want to stay relevant. So you find organizations that have been working on the same issue in the same community for like 20 years. And the thing is, why are we still doing the same work? Which means there is no improvement. So I liked that 10 steps, because if we are genuine and honest enough from project design, be it curriculum or the ministry interventions in the different member states, then we are going to see results. I visited one country which I won't mention the name because it's going to block whatever I'm going to say next. But I loved their intervention on the children that they work with. So they were working with youngsters who came from traumatic backgrounds and some from violent families, and they were dealing with a lot. And one of the specific things I liked about that school was they had a program of teaching those kids how to love and develop those nurturing behaviors. So one of the classes included taking care of animals, because animals, when you love them, they love you back immediately. So, and they actually showed how that was affecting these kids and how they improved. So it's such interventions that are very genuine, and we see the after effects of them that are going to make a difference. But if we are not honest enough, then we are not going to reach anywhere. So thanks, Doc, for that. And I took a picture of that 10 steps, and I'm going to implement it in my next program that I'm working on.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Yolanda Slate. I'm the QLTC coordinator for the Northern Cape Department of Education. I'm not going to ask questions, Doc, but let me also join in and appreciate the presentation that you have made and the good work that you have made with regards to the matter at hand, which is very, I would say, sad, because South Africa, we're really living in a broken society where we are being seen as being, it's a country of unlawlessness that is not enforced. But from the QLTC side, we are very positive. We bring solutions. We say we have quality learning and teaching campaign structures open in all provinces. I'm now specifically talking about the Northern Cape, and those that are funders, we want that money, because our core responsibility is to mobilize resources to take it to where it's needed. We have partnered with CSTL, and one of the things that I've learned out of it, for example, as a parent also, is that comprehensive sexuality education is not teaching children about sex. That was one thing that came clear out of it. Unfortunately, we are in a society where we still have families that are very stereotyped. Men don't want to talk to their girl children about those things, and unfortunately we do die out, right? So we are somehow confronted to really address or have these uncomfortable discussions with our children. I'm having 2 books here. There's history behind it, but I think this is the books that we can use to assist us with mental health, mental well-being, where learners can actually also learn from this learner. He's just 15 years old, grade 10. He's an orphan, lost his mother when he was 2.5 years old. He is born with HIV and AIDS. He's an activist, and he could produce less than a year 2 books. We just launched Behind the Dark on the 5th of March. On the 5th of March, 2024. Point being, the Quality Learning and Teaching Campaign, it's a very important vehicle for the DBE, because when you talk about collaborations, you talk about multi-sectoral partnerships that we can have, it's your QLTC structuredly. So we say we need to coordinate, bring together, and ensure that we take it where the problem really is. Let's identify projects together and let's work together. Lastly, we are really putting all the efforts, and there's data and there's proof in that this is how we want our classrooms to be, right? But children are coming from where? From the house. Charity begins at home. It begins at home, it goes to the community, then it goes to the schools. goes to high school, it goes to tertiary, to work, it comes back into the community. So we need to then focus, and we're open to collaborate with you. Let's go to the community and have civic education. The discussions that we're having here, one message, let's take it to the community. And we were challenged earlier on to say we need positive mindsets. We need to communicate with each other, right? So we need to communicate with each other. We need to be innovative. We need to be proactive. But it's like we are the converted. What is happening in the school level, it's different from what we are seeing here. The material conditions are not the same. Children are going to school being hungry. It's the truth. The only meal that they would have is that NSNP. But we also appreciate the pro-poor programs that we are having to ensure that we address the socio-economic challenges that our children are faced with. Issues of race, gender, class are intertwined. You'll never be able to resolve one without the other one. And unfortunately, lastly, Chair, our challenges are many, and our challenges are also historical. So as we resolve what we are having, it's unfortunate. We'll never forget also really where we come from. Thank you so much.
So I've decided to take the mic so that I can stop the speakers. Sorry that it's happening just as you're about to speak.
Hi, no problem. First of all, my name is Erica. I come from Takalani Sesame. They call me the gender advisor, but I'm also an educationist. Two things that I have to want to call out. Gugu, thank you for changing that word. Children in adverse circumstances. I love what you're saying, children removed from poverty. That gives us that agency that we need to understand that we all have, and that we look at ourselves and at our learners from a deficit point of view. Can we change that mindset and look at ourselves from an asset point of view? So thank you for that. Secondly, and I'm going to only have 3 points. Secondly, to all the gentlemen here, thank you for being here. It warms my heart to see so many men in the care and support programs. Thank you. Which brings me to what we do at Takalani Sesame. We have a very rigorous research process and evidence-informed process before we start implementing our programs. And I am the proud implementer of Takalani Sesame, transforming gender-based norms by involving fathers in responsive care using the methodology of play-based learning. Anybody want to know more about that? Connect with me. So we started with a face-to-face intervention, and we are now taking those learnings and we're doing it on a mass media scale as well as on a social media listening and social media campaign that we're running, and we're starting with our impact evaluation on that in April. Please connect with me. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So I'll just quickly answer one question and then add another 1 point. So for the positive discipline at 2-day training, we addressed what positive discipline is. So how do we how do we approach children, deal with children, even if it's problematic behavior, but in a way that promotes non-violence. So using the positive communication and conflict resolution. And we also added addressing teacher stress, as well as coping, and also how to effect the policies and values of the school, so which I think are in all kind of the education department's policies, so how to live those values. But it was short, and not all educators were able to attend those. And I think also, in addition to the things to think about the time in the classroom that is needed and demanded of the educators, and the time that will help them to cope with the stresses which the gentleman from the National Population Unit raised around the pressure that they experience. So we know that there needs to be the kind of outputs, classroom-based outputs, but who is doing that work and how well are they? and the need perhaps for you to also think about mental health programming for you, for the staff that does the work of the department. So for with regards to design of interventions and implementation, I just want to say that for all of us, what we have been learning, and I think the reason perhaps you have the kind of the word what works in violence prevention, is the need for us to perhaps learn from what has not gone well by doing what is working well. We know all of us, we are talented, but a lot of the time, even in violence prevention work, we see people who use programs or use approaches. Maybe they contribute a fraction of the kind of bigger slice that needs to be delivered to communities to be effective. And we meet with them, we talk to each other, but sometimes we are not flexible enough or willing enough to learn to do new things. Maybe this is, intervention, or rather resource limitation, or maybe we have to survive against all odds, whatever it is. And I'm not judging. I support a solidarity fund, GBVF, a response fund, to fund all programs that are being run in communities because they are important, and not at the risk of closing down organizations, but let us have a learning spirit. Let's learn to do what is working, where we know that is working, because when we're doing things we don't know work well, we may be causing harm. So that's how I wanted to end it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Doc. I think as we close this session, what has been quite glaring is we really, really need to share lessons around what works. And I think one of our biggest challenges in South Africa is we have not been able to scale what works. And we have not learned how to address those gaps. A lot of people have shared some of the additional areas that we need to look at, or interventions. I think the the Branch S colleagues will be very happy to see work around the S4D that was mentioned. It would be great to hear more at some stage about the work around impact of trauma, as a driver and consequence, which Sisgu has mentioned. Prof mentioned a lot of work around how do we capacitate teachers, because teachers need to be capacitated as those people who are in the front of the classroom, but also as the carriers of the trauma and the victims in the classroom. We've heard a lot about experiences from work that has been done in some of the schools around how do we communicate, how do we take these pockets of excellence and scale them up, how do we deal with the media and media as a driver, work around parental programs from Matthew Goniwe. It would be also great to just get a little bit more of that. Jack raised a lot of issues around whether we monitor the interventions that we are implementing, because that is what is going to tell us the impact of those interventions and whether or not they are interventions that need to be scaled. It would be great at some stage to get to a point where we get to all of the categories, whether it's teacher programs, whether it's parent program, whether it's learner programs and community programs, and address and just do some mapping of what works. I know that the team is always happy after the Lekgotla because there's actually more work to be done. I'm sure that they are already thinking, hey, we need another seminar where we just get together and unpack some of these interventions and see how those can be scaled. But what is very, very clear between all of us is how we are caring up for children. And because all of the work that we want to do here is to put the child at the center, but also put the teacher next to the child and make sure that our education is inclusive, the learning environments are safe, but we also are dealing with all of the challenges that come from the community, that comes from the families, and that are experienced in schooling. So thank you for your contributions towards this. And we've got colleagues who are scribing, and if there's any additional information that you want to give to them, please do so. Please, can you raise your hands, ladies? Yes, so if you have any additional information, those are the three people that you would want to give the additional information. Before we move to the next next session, I just want to make sure that we recognize our acting HOD from the Eastern Cape, Ome Sharon Maswaldorp. I didn't see her before. It's very important to mention when we've got our Makulu bosses in the room, because it means that these programs are supported and these commissions are supported at the highest level. Do you want to just... So when Gugu was saying that she is the forefather of CSTL, there is another forefathers of the CSTL, and thank you guys. I hope that we are doing you proud in this room. Moving to the second presentation, we know that South Africa and other countries are grappling with the issues around education for sustainability. We know that we have to deal with that. We know that our curriculum somehow addresses that. We know that South Africa is designing the competency framework, but we have been grappling around how do you make this live in environments that are quite difficult. In this session, we're going to be looking at what would be a safe, inclusive, environmentally sustainable and climate smart school look like, which is what is going to be addressed now, and what are the implications in terms of what we are doing in policy, what we are doing in curriculum, in teacher development, learner and teacher support, and the related issues, and sharing a little bit around the environmentally sustainable climate smart education system, particularly where South Africa is experiencing a whole lot of challenges, but we are also trying to think about the kind of young people that we want to develop. And also one last issue around concerns and the funding gaps in climate education, particularly emergency preparedness and planning. I mean, when we get emergencies as agencies that support government, sometimes we can't even find data on time to the response to those emergencies. And so this session that Shanu Misa is going to be addressing is going to be looking at all of the areas of teaching and learning for change around education and sustainability in South Africa. Shanu is the National Coordinator for Fundisa for Change, which some of you have been part of it. And this is a teacher education program for education for sustainable development. It is based at the South African National Biodiversity Institute. She holds a master's degree in education with specialization in environmental education. Very passionate about ESD. She will call you even when she finds you in Checkers and start talking about ESD, which is always great. She's a South African UNESCO Education Sector Committee member for ESD. Over to you, Shanu.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, so I have the worst session, don't I? I know everybody's ready to go home. Colleagues, can I just ask you, before we start, can you turn to the person on your right or your left, okay, and just pat them on the back and say, well done. Well done, colleagues. I am so amazed, Patricia. It's my first experience at being at the DBE Lekgotla in the CSTL. And I think you have such amazing work going on. And everybody here is committed and you are passionate about what you're doing. And you have the child in your heart. And with that, you know, I just want to say it's just amazing, the kind of collectiveness that's in this room. And I hope that by the end of today, we can all really talk about how do we harness that collectiveness to really think and make a greater impact. So, I think I've already been introduced, so I'm not going to waste time to actually talk more about that. But just to say that this program was launched by the Deputy Minister of Environmental Affairs in 2014. And I want to acknowledge my colleagues here from the environmental sector and Department of Forestry and Fisheries and Environment who are with us, and Rhodes University as well, and our other university partners. And I just want to say a kind of a social innovation program at that time, because it was bringing together a number of different partners of government, higher education institutions, NGOs, working together to be able to look at how we make a difference in the environmental sector. And so this program, it's a teacher education program that was born. And I'm going to share with you some of our learnings from that program. And the program has been trying for many years to try and impact all of these areas. And of course it is, as we said, always underfunded. And it's how partners have come together for the common good. And that's what I want to emphasize, and thank all the partners in the program for this. So it's about supporting capacities of educators in schools, universities, TVET colleges, community colleges, to be able to actively teach about these concepts of food security, about water scarcity, climate change, and gender justice within all of this, and the loss of biodiversity. So that's what we want to focus on. But can I stop for a minute and say, I want you to close your eyes for a moment. Just take a minute and don't sleep, okay? Close your eyes for a minute and tell me, where's your happy place? When you want a time out, when you want to go on holiday, where's your happy place?
My happy place is my workplace.
Your workplace.
Yeah, I mean, I am completely in tune with my inner child, and Muppets can talk about very difficult subjects and nobody argues with them.
Okay. Anyone else?
Okay, mine is on a plane at 37,000 feet.
Oh, that's your adrenaline. Anybody else? When you go on holiday, where do you want to go to?
Mine is in a place where there's mountains, rivers, just quiet beds. That's my happy place.
Okay, anyone else?
My happy place is home.
It's your home. Okay, so basically, colleagues, all of us have something that makes us happy, isn't it? And then there's something that inspires us. And that something sometimes is being outdoors, not always in a room. It's breathing the fresh air, smelling the rain on the ground, okay? Or just taking a time out somewhere away from everyone and everything. And those are our happy places. And the reality is that our health and well-being and the environmental health and well-being are very dependent. If the environmental health is not in a good space, then our well-being is also affected. Okay? So planetary health and well-being is also a key factor of our health and well-being. They're very, very much interrelated. And if you look at a lot of what we've been talking about, we talk about, how can children thrive how can children thrive? And one of the things is that they need a healthy environment in which to thrive, where they can flourish, right? And so what we are talking about here today is something that's directly related to our own health and well-being. And and also in this whole big climate change debate, all the research is showing that if our ecosystem around us is in a healthy state, we may have the better capacity to be resilient. So many of us, many South Africans are actually dependent on this, on the land, actually, So if you look at it, we have such a special country with diverse cultures, remarkable geological wealth, exceptional biodiversity, and much of which is unique to our nation. And many families and households are directly reliant on their local environments for their livelihoods. And so also we find that the environment is actually very key to jobs and livelihoods. And we are currently in a process of trying to unlock what are those jobs in the green economy, in the hydrogen economy. What are those jobs that we're talking about? But currently, biodiversity alone has direct jobs related to biodiversity, 418,000. That was in 2019. And that's only taking biodiversity, not counting the water sector, the waste sector, all of the others. And as was mentioned yesterday, there are more jobs dependent on this space and in this field than mining itself. And yet we haven't had that opportunity to pay more attention to it. But also our teachers and our learners are finding themselves in environments that are compromising them in some way. In terms of, if you look at KwaZulu-Natal last year, more than 600 schools were impacted during the floods. This week, there was that warning. The schools had to close early after there was a level 5 storm warning. Okay? We also have issues of water and where children are getting their water, waste in schools, flooding in schools, droughts, access to water, health and nutrition. So now I stop and ask you the question. Where is ESD then in the CSTL framework? Are these matters captured in the CSTL framework? I'm just checking. You probably know the CSTL framework better than me. Anybody? Patricia?
So in CSTL, there are 10 pillars, and each of those pillars allow you access to a context. And whether it's through health services or through the kitchen at school or through material support where you're helping children from less well-resourced environments. But what you find is that gender is a cross-cutting priority and ESD is a cross-cutting priority. So if you're looking at water and sanitation and you're looking at the ESD lens, on the screen, you can see that it's impacting on sanitation and access to healthy water. If you're looking at the child safety and protection pillar, you'll see that issues of gender as well as the protection of children during disasters. So my appeal would be that we see it as cross-cutting.
And what I'm highlighting is that what I'm talking about is not something that's not there. Okay? It's there already, but we need to think about how we're provisioning about it. But you know what's the amazing thing? You travel, and I've traveled the entire country into every province here, into some of the most deep rural schools, and there is such amazing work happening in some of the schools, despite all the circumstances. And many teachers and learners are flourishing and innovating to develop hope and agency. And if somehow we can start to capture those projects that are in all these schools, we'll see that many of those schools are actually doing it. Maybe the system may not be supporting them because they do experience lots of challenges, which we'll talk about later. But teachers are doing this already. They are finding ways in which to work with this, but it's not easy. So, and there are many partners here that are working in this space as well. Whether you're setting up food gardens, helping in terms of water issues, okay? But our children are stressed. They are stressed about issues of climate change. They are stressed about the future. So we're needing to think about how those issues are also being supported. So I'm just highlighting some of the kind of things that are happening within schools. So in some schools, you can see that ESD has the potential to transform learning environments. Positive actions and the ability to transform learning environments. And these are things that are being identified by the teachers, by the learners, by the school management teams, and then they are actively engaging in doing it. We used to, as a whole sector, and I'm not talking about myself alone here, I'm talking on various NGO partners and government partners. And what we used to do is we used to come to schools and we used to say, let's, look at what you need, let's do it, and let's get on with it, and let's try and improve the school. Let's set up a waste recycling center here, or let's do, a food garden here. But we always found that we were sitting outside as an add-on, that it was something that was on the side, it was added on, and so we had to rethink how we're working in that space. And we went to the curriculum, and in our curriculum it says the principle on which one of the principles on which the curriculum is built talks about the aspect of let me get it right: human rights, social and environmental justice, and inclusivity. That's the current principle. The one before that spoke about human rights, social justice, inclusivity, and a healthy environment. It's in our curriculum, okay? And it's there. But what we're also finding is that in order to create, to transform learning environments, sorry, I'm not going to go there. Let me just move on. We also, I've spoken to this point. So what we realized is that we're needing whole institution approaches. So we need school approaches that are necessary to ensure capacity to support the programs, but also to develop an appropriate response, especially to extreme weather events. So we're finding that you need to support teachers, you're needing to support learners, and learners are very ready for this kind of learning. Okay, leaders, school governing bodies, school management teams, support staff, and parents. So there's a need for a whole institution approach in order to be able to get us ready, in order to cope for the future. So we need some time to think very carefully, and I think that's what the CSTL does well. What are the circles of support around the schools? What are the circles of support around the schools, and what are the responses between local municipalities, disaster risk reduction within the municipalities, police, community, human settlement, school authorities, principals? Have we prepared them adequately for this kind of risk? How to respond? And have we set up the structures that we need in order to support the schools during these times of crisis and need? So we need to have appropriate early warning systems. Do we have appropriate early warning systems in schools currently? Do children even know what a red warning means when the weather service alerts them on it? That goes out. Do we know what those mean? So there's a lot of education that's still needed in those spaces. So joined up approaches, scaling, transformation, and innovation in education system for ESD. And it's not just about just transitioning to a more sustainable future, but it's how do we do it together? Because the task is very big and we cannot do it alone. So we need to come together and have these joined up conversations around it. And all I'm doing today is just sparking a thought That's all I'm doing, to say, are we ready? Are we able to do this? How are we thinking about it? So when we had to rethink how we're working on this topic, we had to go back to the curriculum and look at what is in the curriculum, okay? And develop a framework that is very meaningful for teachers, so they're also not feeling stressed. So by teaching what's there, they are able to actually start to activate change within the school. And so we developed two frameworks. Both have a similar kind of thought, and that's, we look at content knowledge, teaching practice, and assessment practice, which teachers have to do, okay? So that this is not seen as additional work, but it's there. And then we look at foundational knowledge, subject-specific assessments, and ideas of reading and maths. But very much the handprint is what's the change. You know, we can do this, but for what purpose? For what purpose are we actually teaching about these? Are we teaching to help children? You know, how do we build resilience of children with this? But also, and it's evolved with time, about know your context, look at local, and depending where you are is look at local, global, you know, depending at which grade, and think about how you progress that, but also think about how you're teaching it, how you, the kind of pedagogies you're using, how you're improving, and then thinking about how you can, through your work in the classroom, how do you activate change? And we came up with the concept of a curriculum-activated change project. And some of what you saw earlier are some of the examples of curriculum-activated change projects. And it generally works with, you know, some startup training with teachers, teachers going through those progressions, but very much taking it into professional learning conversations and things that they could be doing in their professional learning communities, and and support personnel like specialists coming to support them when they need it. And then also whole school development. All of that's been captured into this booklet. We've got a research book of about 20 different case studies that you can have a look at. But I'm not going to talk to all of this, but what I'm saying is, so some key insights that have emerged is, one, most teachers are telling us concepts of biodiversity loss, climate change, and the concepts of adaptation, resilience, mitigation are all new to them. They're finding those concepts quite, you know, new to them, and they're considering it new knowledge. Okay, and currently our curriculum, for example, and teachers themselves, what they've been looking at is very much around, because they're not confident with the content, and to teach that content in some cases, I'm not saying all cases, but in some cases, it comes down to teaching vocabulary and definitions. But in some cases, they are able to see it, but it's where the teachers are passionate about it that they're able to take it beyond just concepts and definitions. And so the way forward is we need to strengthen integrated approaches and relational understandings between plants, animals, people, place, space, through curriculum, but also extracurricular opportunities. Because the other thing that keeps emerging is that teachers start something in the classroom, but how is it supported out of the classroom? Because they start the process, they don't always have the time, you know? But what other support activities are supporting those processes, and which other interventions? And examples are like, you know, for example, eco schools or SEEP schools, or the municipalities have programs, or the other partners have programs that then support them to continue with this kind of learning that takes place, whether you're looking at clubs or whatever it is that you think. And then it's more systemic approaches to supporting ESD knowledge in teacher education. So, for example, a subject like geography has 8% coverage of environmental topics. Yet little emphasis is provided in supporting teachers to prepare learners to address these topics. There's large amounts of content there, but we haven't appropriately put support programs in place to be able to support them to do that. This has, I'm not going to talk too much about this, but what we're finding is that ESD strengthens meaning-making and learning and agency for change through active learning, inquiry-based learning, using local available resources for teaching. And so because children are dealing with things that are real in their lives, okay, it makes more meaning for them. They're dealing with things that they can see, it's concrete, they can think about, they can critically, engage with and very much think about around solution-focused kind of approaches. So we need to strengthen pedagogies that stimulate learners to ask questions, deliberate, find solutions to problems, examine cause and effects. And there's a lot around assessment, but lessons that focus on integrated sustainability competencies are well placed for developing associated higher order thinking skills. Because a lot of those questions are high order questions. It's actually stimulating learners to think beyond what's there, but to move into coming up with particular kinds of approaches and solutions. There's a lot around teacher professional development. So, we are finding that the way in which textbooks present things, what's out in the world, and then how it's carrying into the classroom, there is different approaches in which recontextualization is taking place. Also, knowledge progression on the concepts. So some concepts like, let's just take a rough concept like life and living, for example. It's there, but teachers are not understanding how that progresses from one grade to the next grade to the next grade. So there's a clarity needed on that. And then there's multi-stakeholder teams that are required. So in this space, the expertise is not just sitting in one space. You're needing an integrated approach of how we're supporting teachers, because you need the subject advisors, you need the teacher education systems to work together with teachers to be able to come up to understanding how that could be taught in different ways. And teachers are telling us that they struggle to teach this content. And where it's placed is also a challenge, because it's often placed in the fourth term. And so whether it gets taught sometimes is also a challenge. But it's important for us also, in thinking about how we prepare ourselves, how we support this process, for us to think about what are the leverage points towards creating more sustainable schools. What is our vision of a happy and a sustainable school? What's that vision that we have? And what are the leverage points towards for us to be able to work towards those? So some of the things we could be thinking about is infrastructure, governance, LTSM, resource use and efficiency, teaching and learning environments themselves, support services, and partnerships. I'm assuming some of them are within the CSTL framework. But it's how do we take on a holistic approach in terms of mainstreaming, in terms of also supporting, in terms of, let's take a rough example, infrastructure. How our schools are positioned currently for extreme weather events. What's the infrastructure like? Okay. Governance. How prepared are principals? How prepared are our principals in terms of this? And what we found in one of the projects on climate change that we've been doing is that principals are saying they're needing more support on understanding issues of climate change and how they need to prepare for it better. And of course, climate change is such an abstract concept. It's more about the kind of risks that they may need to prepare for at their levels. Materials. How are we resourcing it in terms of teaching and learning materials? In a rough study we did, we found that, for example, some of the content in textbooks are quite outdated. So how do we keep up with new content in textbooks at the same time? So those are things we need to think about. Resource use and efficiency. Okay, let me not go too much into that. So together, we should consider carefully, and I think it's already been raised, how we monitor, evaluate, report, and learn together. And to look at the indicators in the CSTL framework and how those are included into the CSTL framework. This report, which is our country report on the SDGs, there's an indicator there, 4.7.1, which is not being adequately reported on because we are not able to get this kind of data. And that one is talking about ESD, basically. Okay? So we're needing a monitoring and evaluation system that helps us to gather a better understanding around what is happening around the country and in our schools around these topics. So I don't have answers, and I'm raising questions. The first one is, how do we enhance cognitive, social, and emotional, as well as action-taking dimensions of learning? Because we're really needing to think about how we support children to adapt and be resilient. And if we're not getting to the action component of that, then all we are doing is imbibing the knowledge, but how do we put it into action? The second one is, ESD is and must be a key feature of quality education because it brings meaning and relevance to education. So strengthening learning and learning outcomes and abilities to create sustainable livelihoods and sustainable and resilient institutions. And then ESD as a cross-cutting concern means ESD should be transformative and integral to every school. So should we perhaps be having targets to say, how do we green schools, for example? How do we support schools to become more resilient and climate smart? By looking at infrastructure that they have, where the drain pipes are, for example. We've had schools from KZN phone us to say they heard that they could plant vivita grass, for example, around the school, and that helps to slow down the water and the absorption and things like that. So questions like that. Other schools are phoning us to say they've heard that if they plant particular types of trees on a particular side of the building, it might help to keep the classrooms cooler. Questions like that. So the last question is, how does aspects of planetary well-being and human well-being become more fully entrenched into the CSTL program? And what is the vision of a sustainable, green, and I want to add, happy school?
Thank you so much. You've saved 2 full hours. Remember, we were planning to leave at 7:30. My God, we've saved 2 full hours. We're going to leave earlier. Thank you. So I'm going to start with the Honorable HOD. I know you raised your hand first, but I'll start with you, and then Jacques and Smongile. I'll come here, yeah, and there. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, colleagues. It's like being at home. When you hear how colleagues are speaking and you're meeting up with Gugu and with Brennett Smith and all the others, I'm not going to mention all the names. You really feel at home. Just a few things. I think the 2 presentations has been awesome. A lot of things came out of the presentations. However, I do not want us to lose track of what is already working and things that has been implemented before. I would like to believe there's a lot of best practices in the country. And I think we really need to showcase those best practices again so that we can see what is working and what is not working. Indeed, the Zonowazi model has been the model in the country, that people came from other countries to listen to the model and they went back to implement that model. So it's really to find out what happened to that model. It was a South African best practice model. Just for those who don't know about the model, it's a school in the Eastern Cape, right down in the valley with nothing around us. We discovered with DBE that 43 learners, female learners, were pregnant in 1 year. The matric results was round about, 32 learners was round about 40%. And we were all frustrated knowing that so many learners got pregnant in 1 year. But we discovered that the learners were cohabiting with each other and there were no adults around. So the intervention from DBE Eastern Cape, UNFPA, GIZ, all of us, we came together and we decided what can we do. We then decided to put health services outside the school so the learners could have access to health services. We've got buy-in from the parents, from the SGB for the health services. So for the first time, the learners could go out and say, I need contraceptives, I think I've got an STI, and so on. And it really worked. The year after that, the matric results, everything improved in the school. So the model works so well that other countries came to adopt that model. But now what has happened to us as South Africans, because that model really worked. Also another success story is that we went on an international platform to present a multi-sectoral approach to CSTL. And I was given the task to go and present in Uganda in 2007 what is working in South Africa. So all those things are there. So it's just for us to go and revisit the best practices. For example, last year in Eastern Cape, we awarded learners from the CSTL schools that were doing well. We awarded principals. You will have principals that will say, my school is a CSTL school and very proud of it. So I think these are the initiatives that we really need to encourage. And I was very much also impressed with the last presentation. And I think I want to take it back to the Eastern Cape to make us more greener and happier. So from my side, really, I want to thank my colleagues at DBE. They're sitting in front. And I really want to say they have done an awesome work. And I want to thank them for the support. I'm back in the space. I know they're going to bother me. So I will be available because this is in my heart. It's my happy place. What is my happy place when I can change the life of one person? Thank you.
I think we are ready to go home. Sorry, thank you, HOD, Sis Sharon. It's quite clear that we are talking about what works, where's the evidence, how do you implement, and how do you implement at scale, and we don't lose sight of what has worked before. Jacques?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and yeah, thanks very much for the presentation. I think me and the department I represent would fully support all the recommendations that are being made. Just one, I'm not sure whether it's a question or a suggestion, but you made the point about the language of environment and sustainable development, which is even for mother tongue English speakers, it's difficult to understand. And if one speaks another language, you have no idea what it means. We've worked not with learners, but we've worked with people like ourselves over almost 20 years to implement a training program on sustainable development as part of the population policy capacity building program in the government. And we work together with a program that's based in Malawi at the University of Malawi, Leadership for Environment and Development. We engaged with them because we were seeing that they were achieving a lot in terms of teaching people these complex concepts and so on in a relatively straightforward way. And we brought some of that, into the country to train government officials especially. Now, to try and be as brief as possible, I suppose the key that we've learned in that process, with which one unlocks this complicated language, really relates to connecting the very scientific sort of ESD work back to indigenous knowledge systems. The moment the example that you've used of, at this school, they knew if you planted these trees, it provides shade, and you plant this kind of grass and the soil doesn't get washed away and so on. So maybe it's an area of focus that is not as developed in South Africa as in other African countries. Maybe because of our high urbanization rate and the fact that all of us live in urban areas, we are starting to forget our indigenous knowledge systems. But certainly, and especially in rural areas, there's probably a whole lot that is just like completely understandable because people have been doing it for generations. Or a learner can go home and his or her father or grandmother can tell them, this is how we dealt with this problem, back when we were young. And for me, it would probably be, if one uses that angle, it would be create a greater potential for involvement of the community around the school, particularly parents and so on. But it would also then demystify the concept of sustainable development, because then people would like, okay, so this is something we've actually always known. We were made to maybe forget it, or we were made to stop practicing it because of, modernization. Of course, apartheid and colonization were very deliberate efforts at breaking down indigenous knowledge. But in the modern era, we think we are modernizing and those ideas are primitive. But those are the ideas that have made for sustainable development over generations. So yeah, so that would just be, in a way a question, because you've not mentioned the indigenous knowledge systems concept, but on the other hand, maybe also a suggestion that, that might be sort of, the key with which one unlocks, the mystery of sustainable development in the classroom. Thanks very much.
Thanks, Jack. There were two other questions. Prof, sorry, I don't know your name. You and three hands.
Yeah, I just wanted to share something because obviously my area is in inclusion and inclusive education. I loved your presentation. I liked your idea of the curriculum initiated activated change projects, really very interesting. But I just wanted to share with you a theory of inclusion by one of the leading academics in the field, Professor Tony Booth. He developed what he called the Index for Inclusion, which outlines 3 dimensions: inclusive cultures, inclusive policies, and inclusive practice. It's a tool that is used by schools across about 62 countries. I'm not sure whether you've actually looked at this in South Africa as yet, but he defines inclusion as putting values into action. And he spells out the values, and I'll read it. The values are rights, trust, compassion, courage, equity, participation, community, respect for diversity, non-violence, and sustainability. And this is something that he also picks up in it. So what he says is that change in schools becomes inclusive development when it is based on these inclusive values, including sustainability.
Thank you, Prof. We're going to tell you about how many SACE points you get out of this session.
Thank you so much. My name is Siziwe Molwana. I'm a coordinator for values in education at GTE. My happy place is a place where I continue to make a difference to Cindy Baleng, that child who is at the center of everything that we do. I want to take this opportunity and appreciate what DBE has done so far with regards to our CSTL. And I also want to appreciate the 2 presentations that we have received this afternoon, especially the last one that speaks to ESD. Right there, I picked up a quote that the presenter mentioned: we are all agents of change. And I want to say that's very true. And at school level, I see life orientation as a subject, the key agent of change. I'll tell you why. All these collaborative efforts that we bring to the table as we are supporting Cindy Baleng, when they get rolled out and they are brought to school, the first subject that is thought of that will create platform and room and space for these external service providers, partners, it's life orientation. And now a bit of a challenge that is there with life orientation is its notional time, being the 2 hours that is allocated to it. Now, these 2 hours, this is how they are used. 1 for theory, which is about 6 topics. And amongst these 6 topics, 1 is social and environmental responsibility. And I believe ESD links very well into that topic. And if we are to add to the good work that DBE has been doing, is to maybe infuse what ESD has to that topic and take it further. And now, with the 2 hours that life orientation has, 1 hour is for theory and the other one is for physical education, but it has since been amended. Now, for theory, it's 1.5 hours. The physical education is left with 30 minutes. Even in terms of weightings, that has changed for theory-related SBA tasks. It's now 90 5%, and then for physical education is 10% each term. My thinking is that, is it possible that life orientation's notional time gets reviewed to accommodate all these collaborative efforts, because they're very important. They are literally speaking to that learner with everything that she needs, usintibaleng. And if that could be done, I think we will be able to cover much grounds, because the presenter said the teachers will start the work in the classroom, but then taking that outside the classroom, then there will be deficiency in terms of support outside the classroom. With regards to life orientation, what I've observed is that it gives the learners the package SKVAs, skills, knowledge, values, and attitudes. And because of the assessments that needs to be done, the focus in the classroom is more on the first two, the SK. Now, the VAs, educators are unable to cover more ground with regards to that because of that challenge of 2 hours notional time. However, values in education, as now a unit, it takes that space in terms of taking further what life orientation is doing in classroom outside the classrooms with all our programs, including your social cohesion, nation building. You know, the main topic that we pick up from the life orientation content is democracy and human rights and all that goes with it. So it is in my heart that if the notional time for life orientation can be reviewed, I think we could cover a lot more ground towards nourishing Sintibaleng, supporting and caring for her. Thank you.
Thank you, Suziwe. There was one last question this side. No, it wasn't your hand. Take a chill. You did.
No, thank you, Chair. Let me say that now. My name is Mandla Dlamini. I've been covered by a lot of speakers. Then now the only point that I just want to emphasize on that will be able to help the Ntwalos of this world is a point about the climate change that we're not talking about most of the time. What actually we need to do is that now maybe amongst ourselves we must be able to appreciate that now climate change is a reality. Once we don't take it like that, therefore it will always become a by the way, not talking about it. Because if we want to talk about a question of learning and teaching without disruption, climate change, it does disrupt question of learning and teaching. That's why you're able to see it around in KwaZulu-Natal. Once now it has rained very hard. So you'll find that school is not taking place for 3 months because of that. Therefore, the process of learning and teaching is being disrupted. Then I know that now, at the same time, even if it's not raining, it's a food security. That's what it does. Because even if kids, because somebody spoke about the question now to say, if children are hungry, they won't be able now to concentrate at school. Therefore, once now that thing it does happen, therefore it becomes a very bad thing. It creates even a question of the health hazard. You know, sometimes what I've just noticed to some of other schools, it is hot, to be honest. Now, when it is hot, even our own SGPs or even our own structures around, they don't talk about the question to say, how do we protect our children against the heat? Because now that heat, it can create more problems, in particular, like this thing what we call defenders skin cancer. Then now we take it very, very light because something that now we know that that is happening. Now, before you say I must sit down, let me just I can see the way now you are standing, your posture. Let me just say that now, is it possible in our learning processes where actually we are able to say the emphasis of climate change, it must always be spoken about. We go there, the school, the children are at the assembly, we don't say anything about it. Let's talk about it so that now people can start now to know it. Then we'll become the agent of change. I'm saying this thing because now when you said I must close my eyes, I didn't close my eyes because I thought once I can close my eyes, my home will disappear. That is why my eyes were not closed. That's why I'm simply saying the only place that make me happy is my home. And my home is not where I am only sleeping, it's South Africa as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Actually, I wasn't going to say stop. I was going to say I like you sharing a whole lot of things that we need to hear. Can you start with Doc and then we'll come to soon to be Doc.
Sorry, colleagues, to take your time. I think I was also mesmerized by Shano's presentation. So my happy place is designing interventions and delivering them in communities. So I see this and I wanted, maybe the question is the ESD manualized? What would it take to manualize it? I know that a lot of the different components are spread across different curricula, but if we think about being prepared for the next disaster, for a tornado, the biggest perhaps, hurricane, maybe we can even get to those levels with the climate change issues escalating. So what would it take to manualize so that you create preparedness, and what would it take to try and deliver it in a systematic way, and without necessarily taking away from all of the challenges or undermining the challenges that are already existing in implementing the very curriculum, you know, that you have in the department. And one other thing is that one of the things which I have learned in violence prevention is an approach which we never used to really have spelled out, but it's called mindfulness. So the beautiful questions you asked us, you wanted us to close our eyes and be reflective and like be mellowed so that you can receive your message in a powerful way. Couldn't that be something also that you, in manualizing this program, you help people to appreciate it and infuse mindfulness types of exercises? I'm sure it would be difficult to do that for geography or history, but I think that for this kind of program where we're all coming together to create a beautiful green environment would be helpful. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Liko? Sibongile, you had your hand up. You should. Okay.
Oh, okay. Okay, thanks, Shanu, for that presentation. I think the issue about notional time that needs to be increased for life orientation has been something that has been on the table for basic education for quite a while. And every time when we make strides, you know, in education around the learning area of life orientation, this always comes up. Whether you're talking about comprehensive sexuality education or ESD or anything that is related to that, even physical education for that matter, maybe really this is something that we need to begin to advocate strongly about, because we as the people that are actors and agents in the CSTL space are the ones that have an interest in this happening. No one else is going to do it for us unless we advocate for it. And one thing I need you to do, by the way, my happy place is my bed. When I'm sleeping, that's fine. But I don't sleep well when I don't understand, and also when I have not done what is supposed to be done to the best of my ability. So I always make sure that I understand, and also I do all that needs to be done to the best of my ability so that I can sleep at night. And every time I oversleep because I make sure that these two are driving forces in my life. But you know, I need you to help us now understand, because you see, when you look at the components of ESD, they are like issues in your first ever slides, because it talks about environmental issues. But then suddenly, kaboom, gender transformation comes as part of that. I think you need to spell it out even further for us how gender locates itself within the ESD agenda so that our colleagues then understand that. That's the first thing. The second thing is that we work with a number of partners that are in the space of adolescent health and human rights and sexuality and reproductive health. And all of them across the board have now been ordered to also address climate change. And I think many of them are struggling to make the connection between the primary purpose of why they exist and why they are funded by their funders to deliver CSE and SRHR. But then when they are asked to also focus on climate change, they can't make the connection. Maybe we just need to help them to be able to make that connection so that they're able to situate the issues. Thanks.
There are two last hands, and we can address what the questions, where there are questions.
Thank you. I'm Dr. Boase, representing Professional Educators Union. Mine is not a question, and it is very short. I realized that as labor, as unions, there's a big role that we need to be playing in terms of supporting our teachers within STL and ESD. So I'm just standing to pledge our support and to indicate that I will take this down to our lower structures to see to it that we support this. Thank you.
Don't we just love unions? Yes.
Afternoon, Anthony Mayes from the Gauteng Department of Education. My happy place would be CSTL in CMC. So CMC is our curriculum management committee that really talks about the main business of education, what in the curriculum will be taught, when will be assessed, all of that, so that the issue of CSTL growing up to be CSTL. So it's because here we're talking almost care and support, and teaching and learning is almost how can we find space, how can we snuggle in. So it's a question of integrity of the program. We all know usually life orientation is the Cinderella, isn't it? I mean, at some point, if it was said, no, we have to look at the history. Okay, push life orientation one side. By way of example. So I think part of what I'm saying is it's a contested terrain. It's not an easy terrain. The 2 hours is not only 2 hours because, this cuts right across the curriculum. And the articulation it's there, but in theory. So maybe one day we'll find that happy place of a year program, the ATP. If you can look at the ATP in any school, you can actually see how it's infused across. Thank you.
Thank you. It's so good to hear that Anthony's happy place again is at work. There are a few of us. So we're going to just address a few questions, and most of them are comments. I think the issues raised by Jacques, IKS is one question that needs to be addressed. Prof was made comments around the index for inclusion, and we've learned about other tools like your Inspire and Respect today. Siziwe, I think Siziwe, I think the issue around LO national time, which links up to what Liko said, which has been an issue for quite a while, and comments from Anton is probably going to be captured and presented tomorrow, so you probably don't have to respond to that. I think Mandla was just reminding us about climate change and some of the disruptions that we've experienced and that we're likely to experience. You can speak a little bit on ESD manual. I don't know whether Sbongile might want to talk about mindfulness and mental health and psychosocial support at some stage. Liko, it was mainly comments and no questions, and we love the union comment. And I think that we've covered everyone, but if you feel like your question is not covered here, please let me know. Over to you on what you seem to be questions, and maybe to wrap up as well.
Thank you so much. I'll answer one or two questions, and then I want to give my colleague from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and Environment an opportunity to also address any of this. He's always my partner there, and we always work together on these things. So Pandalani, I'll answer two of the burning questions, and please feel free to add after that. The one is about your question, Jacques. It's definitely about learning as connection. Connection between different kinds of knowledges, different types. So it's about the connection between life experiences and life knowledge and everyday knowledge, science knowledge, and also heritage knowledge. So it's that interface between these different kind of knowledges that helps us in the space of the work that we're doing here. The next one it's around the values, and definitely I think the one key thing here when we're bringing in the values is we talk a lot about the care for self and the care for others, and we see it coming out so beautifully in some of the schools actually. And I won't take time now to give you the examples, but there are some good examples that are showing how children are actually caring for others, especially the elderly. But then it's also care for the environment. So care for self, care for others, and care for the environment is something that we need to think about. And all of the ESD work is very values-based, as is education work, as we normally know. And Liko's question about what is the connection to other things, and I could start a whole seminar, Liko, just around looking at the intersection of human rights, social justice, inclusivity in its broader sense, and gender. All of that, looking at it it's all of it comes together. And one of the main areas that when we start talking about sustainable development currently, it's looking at the sustainable development goals. There are 17 sustainable development goals, and each one of those goals is actually making a comment around like a development agenda for the world. It might be hard to get to, but it's a vision. It's the best vision we have currently, but it's not that we can criticize that vision from time to time because everything we need to be critical about, but it's the best vision we have for how the world should develop currently. So the 17 sustainable development goals work together. And quality education is seen as one of the key drivers to be able to also help to achieve those 17 sustainable development goals. So I can't rattle off all 17. I can tell you 17 is partnerships, okay? And that's key here. One is about, we've been trying to reframe the goals in a South African context, but for now it says, what was it? No hunger, no poverty. So that's why I like someone's comment here. 0 hunger, no poverty, gender equity. There was a whole lot of other goals that we have. Land, life above water, life below land, climate action, so on and so on and so on. So the 17 goals, so it's the interface of the 17 goals that we talk about. And there's a whole thing, around climate change, refugees. There's a lot going on in that space. But I want to highlight that climate change is sometimes a very alienating concept for people. And so we need to look at how is it manifesting in the lives of people. And one of the key things, for example, in the South African discourse currently, there's a big discussion around just transitions. Just transitions, looking at mitigating how we moving our country into a green growth path, but not leaving anyone behind. So, and moving to a low carbon economy. So those are some of the things, but let me stop talking. I can go on and on, but.
Okay, thank you, Shanu. Pandirani Jiguja from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Okay, there was a point made about environmental concepts being so, they can be alienating because they are so complex. And I think in the presentation you touched this approach of curriculum activated change or action projects, because sometimes concepts can make meaning when there's practice or actions involving, the learners on waste management projects, climate change, biodiversity projects, on things that they can do that will connect or link with the concept that one is using. And then also, I think Liko's point about these interconnections between environmental concepts to issues of gender justice. Okay, let's take for an example the recent floods in KwaZulu-Natal. There was a question, which gender was mostly affected by that? Okay, issues you were raising. In South Africa, there are too many child-headed families. In case of flooding, who experiences the severe or the most severe, the severity of floods? So we can start to talk about that. Okay, just transitions. We know the history of South Africa, where we come from. As we transition, just transitions, it's talking about sharing on both the benefits as well as the disadvantages of the whole process. We're talking about, okay, those who are agitating for a quick move from coal. Do we think about all the towns in Mpumalanga that are reliant on coal? How does that transitioning become just? Because there can be one section of the society picking up what they have because of the process, which is not just. And then there was also an issue about manualizing. I think we need to take that as an invitation to engage with people like you to learn lessons from how you did it. So I think that one, we must take that offer and engage them and get to understand how do we manualize. You were talking about early warning systems, the climate change, the biodiversity, so that it makes sense. So one example that I could think about, the calculator. Remember we had the My 2030, the climate change calculator. So possibly those are practical things on how we can manualize this. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As I said, we deal with this and we get more work to be done. Thank you so much, Shanu. And thank you, sir, for those lessons. Again, we need those 6 points. I think this wraps up the day. We started so well with looking at linking to CSTL pillars, but I think the department had decided to zoom into some of the areas that are really urgent and they have not addressed in the previous Lekotlas. It has been really great to hear from the good doc and Shanu on the 2 areas of work, which is education for sustainable development, which I think that just from the discussion here, we need a little bit more work. Maybe you can share what has been done from the curriculum side and what has been done for integration. We had a lot around violence prevention, which is one of the areas of work that is keeping the system awake at night. So from here, the colleagues are going to do a summary and then they'll present on our behalf tomorrow. But I'm asked to deal with 2 things with the 3 hours that is left. Firstly, the department would like a group photo of all of us in the room, if we can get that arranged. Whilst we do that, I am told that one of the ladies was supposed to be off today because it's her birthday, but she decided to work. So perhaps if we can just say happy birthday to Diseto in a very special way. Birthday. So we wanted to bring you wine, but there's a issue around alcohol usage, and so thank you very much, everyone. If we can just get in some ideas or guidance around the photo that is being taken.
Colleagues, I think it's going to be best if we all just gather in front here, and then I'll take the photo myself. It's fine. No, that's a video camera. It's not a. Oh. Is there someone with a camera there? No? Where did you see them?
No, the guy, this guy here.
This guy?
Yeah.
It's a video camera. It's not a photo camera.
I mean, let him take the.
Oh, okay. We must ask him to take the picture. Okay. Okay, let's gather colleagues in front. There. Yeah. Yes.
Shall I ask you?
Okay, let's move it quickly, colleagues. Before we go home. All right, let's move it, colleagues. Let's move it. Hi, how are you? Good. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Or is the projector not working well? Okay, I think uzawufuna ukugibela uyithathe from the top so that you can get everyone, yabona? Almost like a picture that. Eh?
I think everybody should stand right at the back. They're too
That's
far.
why I'm saying that he will just have to stand on top of the table and take it like it's a shot from the top.
Good idea. Yeah.
Is that fine, Puta? Are you comfortable with that?
Everybody's too forward. Everybody's too forward.
Puta, yes, sir? Okay.
Can you see everybody's too forward? We should all go towards the back.
Don't worry.
Okay.
He's gonna. Yeah. This is going to be on the presentation slides tomorrow. So you had better look nice. Okay, say CSTL. You're wearing a suit, Ndlovu. Thank you, colleagues. Good night. Okay, colleagues, if you are part of the CSTL mailing list, we'll give it to you. We'll email it to you. And those who are not part of the mailing list, don't worry. When you get on our website, we'll ensure that Manaka includes this photo as the thank you slide on her presentation, and then you can get it from that presentation.